Hello and welcome to the stream. How is it going? So today, what are we going to be doing today? Going to be doing flying enemies. So what we started yesterday, I'm basically going to. I don't know if I'll finish it today because making AI is one of the most complicated things for me. So I'll just start making it, maybe having it work semi decently today, and probably gonna end up finishing tomorrow or the day after tomorrow if we are good. So let me show you here. Yesterday we were like the last task for yesterday was like basically having need to say I'm gonna say double pings is fine. I'll ask support of their bot if they're gonna do anything about it or not. Okay, yeah, I don't mind having two pings. What I did mind is it was like having just one ping for vertical. So yeah, but if both are working, it's not a big deal. Yeah, so yesterday I was trying to make the basically having the base behavior of an enemy in this sphere. That's going to be our flying enemy. So in here, I did fix the animation not happening properly because yesterday it was getting animated, but not fully because it didn't really turn white when you attacked it. So I don't know if you can see, but here it is turning white. So that's cool. And need to say the upload being at the end of the stream was also kind of annoying. Yeah, but what can we do about it? What can we do about it? I think, well, at least now when the stream ends on vertical, it automatically goes to unlisted, so it shouldn't send another ping notification. And I don't know if it will do anything, but I hope so. Okay, so yeah, let's open the flying enemy script. Well, I'm gonna open every single one of them, not just the health or not just the movement, but every single one of them. Here, health and flying enemy movement. Okay. Oh, and I forgot to turn on my virtual background. And need you say, well, I replaced the bot. It's no longer sending it. On stream avatars, is stream avatars not working again? Making a magic game live. Try to send something, anything, to see. Okay, yeah, it's fine. So what I ended up doing to fix the problem with stream avatars is like I start the horizontal stream like 1 minute, 1 full minute before connecting the vertical one, so signals don't get mixed, I guess. Okay. So let's go in here. Oh, and the chat. Let me put the chat. Okay, it's working. Yeah. So what the error that I had yesterday for this thing basically was that I was inheriting from animation handler, but and I don't know if go to definition if so. Yeah, but I wasn't using this. I wasn't calling the init mesh renderers, and I thought, well, I should be calling it if I'm using it on the enemies, but the enemies are inheriting this, but also are overriding start, and this was being called on start. So yeah, it was just I was not calling that, so that was an easy fix. And need to say, my drive has formatted, and all my images I could find easily without scripts take up 30 gigabytes. Number-wise pictures, 10,543 videos, 460 including my screenshots and Google Image data. Wow, that's a lot of pictures and videos, dude. Like, is it how many years of of pictures is that? Because I've had my computer or all my computer data from years, and I don't even get close to having that many images. Okay, so in here, I'm going to start doing the yeah, I'm going to start doing the animation. No, not animation, but movement for the flying enemies. But first, I'm going to commit this to GitHub because I think probably I'll screw a lot of things up while I do these changes. And Spark Cortex here. What's up, Pikachu? What's up? Welcome to the stream. Welcome. And need to say, yeah, there are a lot of pictures. It's my entire lifetime plus 5 years. I've got my parents' wedding images. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Makes more sense. Okay, so this is like basic setup for flying enemy. And I'll say here is gonna be well, basic scripts for basic scripts unstructured and setup for flying enemy. I don't know what else to say here for flying enemy, because it's just creating some new scripts that are for the flying enemy, but there's not really new functionality going on here. It's just a setup. So I'm going to commit this to the repository and push to origin. Okay, so what I want to do is I don't know how other games do it. I asked ChatGPT of like how other games do flying enemies, and there were like multiple approaches, but I think the one that I will use is something like having a circle basically around the player, you know, and that circle is gonna like there's gonna be like multiple spots inside that circle or making that circle, and whenever there's a flying enemy, the flying enemy will grab one of those spots from that circle and basically get there. And once it's there, uh, it will be able to attack the player. So it will be like a circle of enemies around the player, and there could be like multiple levels of that circle, but it's going to be that. And Nick to say, I gotta say, looking through them is something I would never trade for any kind of money. Looking at things I vaguely remember from a second perspective in a video is something else. Yeah, having images of, well, everything that documented is pretty valuable. Like looking back um, back in time, if you could call it that. Dude, I didn't really through all my teens. I took some pictures here and there, but I've never been someone that takes a lot of pictures. And someday I just deleted everything. I don't have any photo of me and my friends um, anywhere from my teens. That was a mistake. And need to say, what about walls and trees and pathfinding? I mean, I'll have some like obstacle avoidance. So if the it will try to get to the path or to that place in the circle, but if it can't, it will get as close as it can and have some kind of obstacle avoidance. And need to say same, but I just kind of keep them and forget about them. They're inside my old headphones I still have around. Yeah, it's nice to have. It's nice to have them. Okay, so now that this is saved, and Spark, you say, if tomorrow isn't the due date, today isn't the due date. No, dude, you should take some time before making something. It's not wise advice. It's not wise words. What are you saying, Nick? Okay, so let's go into not the animation handler, but the probably the brain. What am I doing? What am I doing in the brain? I just want to say, okay, I have an attack cooldown timer here, and I have an attack function here. What I mainly care about now is having it move, and once it can move, then I'll do the attacking. And Ninja say doesn't mean they're good words, just wise. I don't know if they're wise. um. Okay, so in here, flying enemy movement. It's completely empty besides these things that I need to tweak. So I'd like to have a speed, of course, serialized field, private speed, or I'm gonna say I'll have a normal speed, float, normal speed, because I want to have multiple speeds. Like there's gonna be like attack speed, or let's say the enemy does a dash, or there's an instance where it gets slowed down. For example, in here it gets slowed down. So I'll have a normal speed. I'm going to have slowed. I don't think I'll need a slowed it down speed. Slowed down speed. I'll let it anyway. I'll let it anyway. But what's important here is I don't think I'll even need to serialize this because I'm not going to be directly changing it, but current speed. So I'm going to be using current speed as the speed. And need to say I'll be making a script to harness all of my Minecraft screenshots though. Maybe whole saves versions if I feel like it. Probably not. What do you mean harnessing all of your screenshots? Um, okay, so I'm gonna have void. Probably gonna have this in fixed update, and I have a rigid body. So private RB, or rigid body like that. I'm gonna call it RB. So on start RB equals get component rigid body, and I'm gonna say if rigid body is null, I wanna debug that log an error because the rigid body is missing in flying enemy movement script like that. And you can say I already have a script that adds up all of the time in all saves on my computer. So I'll edit it to copy over my screenshots to archive drive. Like you're gonna have like um basically you're going to categorize all your screenshots or something, like having more data about them, like displaying more stuff. Or what are you gonna do about with them? Okay, now that we have this rigid body, I will have a target too. So that target I can assign, let's say, well, it's gonna be just a vector 3, and oh no, I'll have a transform private transform target, and I'm gonna serialize it too. Serialize field, because now I don't care about getting the target. I just care about assigning it, because it's only going to be the player always for now. And Art, you say yo taking today off. Good to have you here, dude. I saw you're playing Warframe. Is that that's called? Yeah, Warframe with Nepal yesterday. Um, yeah, I'm glad you're taking the day off. It's always good to take a little breather from a lot of coding. I think you said on his stream that you were coding for like 13 hours or something. Crazy, crazy. So take it easy, man. And need to say not categorize, just copy them over. I could categorize them though, but that leads me into a rabbit hole that'll take a week. Yeah. So I'll just assign the target by dragging it and dropping it. So it's always going to be the player, but I'll do something else to get it after. So for now, since it's only just one enemy, I don't need to care about having a ring around the player. I'll just do the position plus y offset. Art, morning on what is scripted? Nep is catching on to your tastes. I said nothing. Yeah, I don't know what is it that you're talking about, Art, uh, involving Nep, but okay. Yeah, so what do I want to do? I want to basically have I'm gonna move towards the target first of all. Right? You say, I mean, he's assuming you're a cat in real life. Very close to the truth. I doubt it. Um, okay, so here, rigid body. What can I use for moving it around? Because I'm gonna be using the rigid body to moving it around, and I'm not going to use add force because the rigid body I'm going to be using is kinematic. So I could use, well, let's see. What do we have in here? Move, move the rigid body to position and rotates the rigid body to rotation. Okay, so that's already taken care of. Well, I just want to move the position, so move position probably. That's the only, that's the best one so far. You go to the move to, yeah, those are from DG 20. So move position. But first, what you say? The world is currently behind a $5 paywall. Would you like to watch 17 ads to unlock a wooden spoon? That sounds enticing, to be honest. Just 17 ads for a wooden spoon? What a deal. And need to say, oh, so he's stalking the Discord? And I to say GPUs are selling at like 2 or 3 times the cost. Friend was saying it all the AI demand. Yeah, crazy, crazy. I saw a video the other day about why the prices were hiking like that, and it's pretty how do you call when something is getting people outside of a hobby, or like it's um yeah, pushing people outside of being able to do something. Well, that word, whatever it is. I need to say it's the industry racking up prices, I guess. They've been trying to up them for years. And art to say this reminds me of the crypt data mining. Yeah, the crypto data mining bubble with GPUs. Yeah, that was crazy too. That was crazy. You should buy them from Chile. We're quite behind on the pricing. Just import them, and it's gonna be the importing is gonna be the highest price, but it's gonna be cheaper anyway. Okay, so move position. I'm gonna do target, and Mijo is here and says, "Hello, I'm 20 minutes late. Don't worry, dude. It's good to have you here. And how's it going?" So let's do target that position, and I'm going to do a Y offset. So probably gonna delete this later, but I'm gonna have here stylus field private load Y offset, and let's do 3.5 F. So it's a little bit higher. Okay, so target that position plus the Y offset. So it's going to be vector 3 dot up multiplied by the Y offset. And yeah, so what is it asking me? Just a vector 3, the position. So, okay, it's just a position, but I want to check here. Let's go into Unity docs. I'm going to search for rigid body basically. So I can see more, I can see the move function more in detail, or move position more in detail. Move position provides the new position for the read body object. Okay, moves a read body and compiles with the interpolation settings when read body interpolation is enabled. And need to say, by the way, I said I'll do it. I have requested a dump of all my Discord data. I'll be making my own recap because I'm now in the mood after the new drive shenanigans. And Art, you say, I swear when you say docs, I hear dots. And my first thought is, why the fuck are you using that abomination? Is it that bad? I haven't used dots before. But why is it bad? And Sparky say hard work never killed anybody, but why take a chance? That's wise. That's wise. What you said before wasn't real wise, but that's wise from you. And we always say, dude, he says dots and ducks the same, yeah. Yeah, what are those quotes, dude? Okay, so provides the new position for the rigid body object. Let's see how it works right now. Instead of looking the documentation, um, Victor up, yeah. Let's instead of looking at the documentation, let's just see what it does. And it's probably gonna throw me, or it's gonna do something weird now because okay, it's not doing anything. Not really doing anything. Okay, so because there's no target, but there are no errors either, so that's good. Oh, yeah, because I didn't play it. Okay, so I'm gonna assign the player in here. So it is following me, but it's very jittery. Could it be because I'm using fixed update? And Miho always say, this friend, I swear, he keeps breaking into our APK, but he can't do anything with that info now, hopefully. Why is he trying to do that? And is he trying to like break it or something? Yeah, like breaking your whole app or something. And Sparky say, one day I'm gonna make the onions cry. That's some Bruce Lee type of quote. Um, okay, so I don't like the jitter. And I think it's related to fixed updates. RB. Let's try update, regular update. Because honestly, I don't really care about uh, physics that much. It's kinematic. Okay, yeah, so let's assign the player as the target. Yeah, it's still jittering. Still jittering. And Miho is say to make sure other people don't break it and get sensitive data. Okay. It's like testing it. And Nick you say, weird thing is that Discord hasn't told me that they will be sending all of my data somewhere. No info at all. Yeah, I need probably some kind of smoothing then. No position. Okay, let's do fixed update. Um, why could it be? RB dot move position causes jitter. Jitter movement, read body, attach your camera, move position. Okay. Move position is an instant teleportation, so it causes jitter problems when used in conjunction with fixed update. Okay, makes sense. And Nick you say uh make that a triangle and you have a new Sims game. And Spark you say tomorrow is really another 24 hours. Huh. Yeah, another 24 hours. Uh, yeah, so I won't be using teleportation. I won't be using teleportation. Um, so let's see what else do we have in rigid body. So we have kinematic at force. Yeah, but I can't use this because this is kinematic. Kinematic. Rigid body. Moves the kinematic rigid body towards position. Rotates. Voltage transform. Sweep test. Game object. Transform. Transform hunter. Um, destroy. Gravity is kinematic. Linear dumping. Linear velocity. Um, give me just 1 second. I'm gonna be right back. I'm back here. Back here. Okay, so yeah, I don't have anything I think that is gonna help me. So I'm just going to make use of move position. But let me just first do this, and I'm going to multiply it by the speed and by delta time. So slow down speed. Yeah, the current speed times time that delta time. On the current speed at start is gonna be current speed is gonna be normal speed, and cut lock. Damn it, unlock cut. Like you say, I feel like I'm already tired tomorrow. Um, but what time is in your country? Like, if you can, go to sleep then. If you're that tired, it's not very fun to be that tired. Okay, so let's go in here and let's set the player as a target, and let's do the normal speed to be something like 6. Where is it? And need you say, oh, it's 8 and 1. But that's AM. That's in the morning. And need to say, oh, PM. And need to say, I like being tired because when you're tired, you complain, and complaining is fun. Can't argue with that. Okay, so target and target offset. So I think I'm just doing pure crap, because here, of course, if I say this is just a teleportation, so if I multiply this by time the delta time, um, well, basically, I just want to get the next step on that position. I want to get the next step on that position, so I'm gonna say vector 3 next position, and that's gonna equal to whatever. And I'm going to use next position here. And okay, so this is the real position I want to get to. And Miho, you say complaining is important, almost as much as gambling. Yeah, sure. First comes gambling, then comes complaining. And Miho, you say, how am I doing well on slots? Don't ask, I have no idea. Here's in on top on the leaderboard. So leaderboard. Okay. So if I want to get the next position, I will need the previous one. So I'll get the direction. I'll get the direction in that I get the direction making transform that position minus target position plus vector up by offset. So whatever this transform is, whatever you're selling ain't buying, yo. Yeah, so I do this, and then I multiply this by current speed. So here comes the cheese guy. Is I didn't know cheese guy had 1,000 plus currency, 1,037, and then comes Nick with 940. In what about your other account, Nick? How much currency do you have in the other one? And then comes Miho. Okay, Miho is not that far behind. Say 133. But yeah, you had total 1K plus first. Okay, let's do this now. And say I'm going. I have statistics exam tomorrow. Okay. Best of luck for your exam, and see you tomorrow or whenever you can join. Yeah. Bye bye. Take care. And need to say, yesterday when Cheese Guy came in with a damn jackpot instantly. Where's the flying enemy? Wait, it's there. So it's moving. It's moving. It's just not doing what it should. Or well, if there's a problem with how it's moving, it's my fault. So I just have to get the direction. To get the direction is just the current position minus the wanting position, or the position that you want. So I'm going to separate everything. Vector tree, um, desired position equals this. So it's going to be the target plus an offset. Then, well, we have the transform that position there. Direction, vector tree direction equals transform or desired position minus the transform that position. So that's direction multiplied by the speed and multiplied by time that delta time, and that's going to be the next position. Yeah, just like that, 10x. Wow. And need to say, Roman, try and guess what the 3GP format is. 3GP. Never heard of it, I think. Could it be for some type of video? Or yeah, video is my best guess. Okay, let's do this now. I want to see what this comes to. I'm gonna debug debug.log desired equals, or no, I know what desired is. I want to debug the direction. Debug.log direction, or yeah, direction. And here, like this direction. And need to say, yeah, actually video file format for old phones. Okay, I wasn't that far from what it is then. Well, it is video, so yeah, but I don't remember ever hearing about 3GP, so pretty old then. I'm gonna get very far. Just direction, yeah, direction doesn't change. Maybe if I normalize it, direction, it's gonna be that. It's gonna be this, and then okay, I'm gonna do here. He actually video format in early 2000s. Harder one now. Point THM. THM. Mm, maybe some kind of text file, or enriched text. I don't know. Because my other guess is photo. Okay, so there that normalize. Image preview format with metadata in some old cameras. Okay. Yeah, that wasn't as close as the other one, but specifically previews. I didn't even know there was like specific formats for previews. So me neither. Okay. So in here, target, yeah. Let's normalize. Then I multiply by. And what is current speed? Because if I do something like transform.translate, what does translate do? Here, vector tree translation speed relative to. What if I use this in here? And need to say, I've also got a single THMX file. Guess what it does? So if THM is preview, then THMX could be, I don't know, larger preview or something. And Miho will say, "Oh, I remember taking this really old USB drive to a store, and they said it's got a virus in it. Funnest shit I've heard. They just don't know the old stuff." Okay, so the translation, I don't know if it works, really. Let me see if I do in flying enemy, current speed is going to be 2. Yeah, it doesn't affect it. Current speed is 1. Am I really struggling with this right now? Um, yeah, so I know what the desired position is because I have it here. I know the direction and next position. Oh, because I'm using the direction here, not using the next position. And yeah, it's Microsoft Office theme file, mainly in PowerPoint though. My parents had the same experience. They had okay now we have the this working. The thing is still jittering a little. Still jittering a little, but it's better, I guess. My parents had the same experience. They each had a drive with just all photo backups back in the day. I think it was mainly copies though. And I just say this looks good. Wait to still wait until you see the code. Uh, but it's better now. It's better. The thing is, I'm using translate. I'm using transform.translate, and I wanted to use move position. But here, translate does moves the transform in the direction and distance of translation. So I was expecting to use move position as translate, but it just doesn't work like that. It's just it's just like a warping, a teleporting, and it just doesn't work like that. Okay, okay. I guess I'll just use the transform that translate for now. And I have to say, I wrote a script that reads colliders and gets the Y to then draw terrain mesh over your ground. Then you can use Unity's terrain system to paint trees and grass, etc. If you like. Like having so it's like auto filling things with like details or something. That's what it's for. Yeah. That's cool. That's cool. Very cool. Um, you said you were sending me another script the other day. I don't remember really what it was, but you didn't send me anything. I was expecting you to send me something. Say I made it in the Journey West game. If you think it's useful, the puller. Oh yeah, the puller. You can DM me. It's all right, or you can do it on Chair Whip or wherever in the server. Yeah, but if you don't find anywhere in the server to put it, just strictly DM me. Yeah, I'm doing my own thing, but I want to know how you do it. Anyway, okay, so no longer need this thing. The KK. Yeah, it's out of curiosity, and probably I can learn some things from how you're handling your stuff. Okay, so yeah, we have basic movement here. Now, I'm not going to add obstacle avoidance now. I just want to have some say I'm beat up. No, why is the coding has you tired? I want to have let's see. How can I do a circle? How can I do a circle around the the player? And I just I figured I'd give up on some of this sidecar stuff to do a HMAC system for validating purchases. I don't know what HMAC is, but I'm just going to to assume it's like some system for validating purchases for purchase validation. Okay, so yeah, let's see. I could do I could have a I could have a singleton somewhere that every single flying enemy can take can reference or like get. So let me write or do another script here in managers. I'm going to make mm, a flying enemy manager or something. Flying enemy manager, or it's really related to the player. It's not going to manage anything. It's just going to hold some points around the player. So I'm going to call this, let's do scripting, mono behavior script, and let's do, um, what can I call this? I could call this, and need you say I like hammocks. They're fun to lay down in. Yeah, I like it. I like them too. Um, yeah, so I'm going to call this, for lack of better name, I'm going to call this mm, player. It's just position for the flying enemies, but it's player air spots, because they're going to be like spots for flying enemies. You'll say, Mijo, not that far off. They are normally made using many hatches of cloth. Not that radiance. And you say, there we go, circle. But I need multiple points around that circle. Player air spots. I'm just going to call this player air spots. And I'm gonna turn it into a singleton, just using mono singleton player air spots. You do a for loop. Okay, so let's see. I want to have each one of those spots. I want to hold in. I want to hold their positions basically. So their positions are going to be relative to the player. By the way, that's not cheap. So if you have a better way, use it. Where X and Y are the centers, so 0, 0 from the player on is the iteration from 0 to 360. You can get any position from that equation by putting Y as the angle. Um, Yeah, if it's not cheap, I'm gonna be doing this. I could just manually place them once or like create them once and they're going to be attached to the player. That could be a solution. Yeah, so I think that's what I'll do. I'm going to first make it go to. It's gonna have a little bit of I think I can steal some of my own my code from the monster game I did one time. Let's see, overtime. I don't know if I call this overtime, but it's let's do yeah, game of 2024. Here assets, um, scripts, and here I think I have something called sway. Yeah, sway. So it's just going to join join this. So I need the follow transform. That's gonna be the player. Yeah, that's gonna be the player. Then I have time and an interpolation speed. So this is gonna hold all the points. So I need the point serialize field. And it's not going to just be any point, but I'll do another class here. So it's gonna be public class air spot. And I don't need to inherit mono singleton. I just want to hold the position, and oh, I'll always have the position of this, right? I just want to know if it's occupied. So I'll do this if I need it, but for now I think I'll just do bool um, positions occupied, and it's going to be not just a bool but an array of bools. And I need another. I'm going to serialize all of this. Serialize field private vector 3 positions or slots. Slot air slot position. Air slots positions and air slots available. And I'll just have true or false depending on if the slot has been claimed or not. Get any position from okay. So now on start, so void start. And artisan, yeah, polling is not cheap, but it comes down to use. If you're doing raycast in there too, it's the most expensive. Regardless, when I use this, I batch the calls and update them over 1 to 3 seconds. Yeah, I think like most things in programming are depending on context, so I will carefully carefully read and see if it works for me or what works for me. Okay, so in here I have to do get the air slots. And I was thinking of I could have each one of those points like just be a script so they can hold uh, well I want to create first of all let's do serialize field private, and it's going to be air slot It's gonna be game object, air slot prefab. Yes. And let me create it. I just want an empty point that has a pointer there. And I have to say, it's good to get this if you plan on making GTA 28 playable. Yeah, currently the 27 wasn't really that good. So I'll see what I can do in terms of improving 28. Uh, now let's just create this, create empty, and here I'll call air slot. Call this air slot. I'm gonna zero it out. I just want to have it, I don't know, let's give it a purple circle or a red one. Yeah, red circle. That's everything that an air slot is. If I want to put anything inside it, I can just do it then. But yeah, let's first make it a prefab. Let's make it a prefab. Where are my prefabs? Materials, prefabs here. So it's not part of the map, not particles, not spells, not UI. I'll just put it here. In case that I want to use it for something else. Now I just go to, well, I have to assign this somewhere. I have to assign this script somewhere. So I'm gonna do, if it's called player air spots, first let's do, I'm gonna move this to player. It's gonna be inside the player. Player air spots, I'm gonna move to player. And now let me go into the player. And let's put it there. Well, if it's inside the player, I won't need to do the sway anymore. So I won't have it attached to it. So here, let's do maybe in managers, maybe just in managers. Let's do prefab, or no, let's do create empty. And it's gonna be player air spots. And I'm gonna put it back to managers. Just it is a singleton, so so far all my singletons have been in the managers. So I'm just going to keep doing that. Okay. Now remove component. The follow transform is gonna be the player. And yeah, air slot prefabs. I could use an offset really. I could use an offset, so I'll have, instead of having the offset in here, not sure if I'll need this really. Yeah, let's do that. Or no, for now I'm just going to keep it here. If I can just make it 0 if I want to. But here, player air spots. Let's do a serialized field, private transform, no, private float, y offset, and I'll do 3.5f. And Loop Logics says, hi, what's up, Loop Logics? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so get the air slots. I have to do that calculation to spawn them in there. So what you said here, math radians, and Adarva, Adavar, sorry if I'm butchering your name. Adarva Karthi says, "Hi romanleco, welcome to the stream, Adarva. I hope I'm not butchering your name that much. But yeah, hello and welcome to the stream. How's it going? So yeah, in here, get the air slots. And if you just joined, for you that you just joined, I'm making a flying enemy for the game that I have here. So let me show you what I'm trying to do. It's not functioning right now because I just started making it. But yeah, that's what I'll be working on today and probably tomorrow too. I don't know. Yeah, it's just a flying enemy. It's gonna follow you around. It's now jittering a little bit, but I'm gonna fix that in a while. Now I just want to have multiple enemies following me around and then make them fire at me and stuff. But yeah, that's what I'm doing today. And currently it's just a sphere, but I'm gonna do some other design that's not just a sphere. Okay, so four. I'm gonna have here serialized field, private int, and it's gonna be how many enemies do I want to have in the circle? Like how big is the circle basically? How many positions are there? And I think I'll do mm, air slot count, and I'm gonna say 60. And Adarva is like you pronounced correct. I'm glad I did. So, yeah. Are you into game development or maybe into I don't know other type of development? Maybe AI, maybe websites, robotics, or just getting into the hobby, or maybe into the arts. I don't know. Tell me. Need to say a sphere would be fine. Don't attack my sphere. Yeah, I'm going to keep it sphere. It's gonna be a sphere-like, but it's not going to be just a sphere. Okay, so this is what you send me, Mijo. Probably have to use. Yeah. So let's transform this into something that I can actually use in C chart. And I'm going to copy your comments here to guide me through here. And this thing. So I don't know if you can read this. So I'm going to highlight them using these comments here, so you can better see this because it's quite like transparent otherwise. Okay, so method radiance I. What is I? What is Y and R? Yeah, basic devs do roguelikes, Roman does sphere likes. Okay, so here, what do I want to do? Math radiance. Let's first transform this into something that I can use in Unity. So let's. This should return a float. What should return? Let's see. Mod f dot radiance. Are you doing like a radiance to degrees or something? Radiance to degrees. And I, so for int I equals 0, I I is less than the air slot count. I plus plus. So is this correct? I think it is. No, it's only throwing me an error because of this. And Adarva, you say, I love game development, but I never know how to code. But I plan to make a game in the future. It would be fun though. Um, oh, that's very cool, very cool. It can be intimidating at first, but you'll get the hang of it. I know, I know you will. So yeah, good luck with that. Good luck with that, and I'd like to see whenever you start making a game. And Nick to say, honestly, I hate dealing with radiuses and degrees. If I'm doing anything except adding to an angle, I 100% ChatGPT it. I normally do the archaic version of ChatGPT. I just do Stack Overflow. And Adarva is this Unity or Unreal Engine 5? This is Unity. It's Unity. I'm using Unity version 6. Here. Okay, so Radiance. I honestly don't know what this is, so I'm gonna find it here on. Let me search for this. So how to make a circle with math. Unity C sharp. Yeah, because I've never done something like this. Unity, the most common way to create a circle using math is leveraging trigonometry, sine and cosine. Yeah, but I'm not doing a line render necessarily. Circular motion. Um, Common math functions. Yeah, let's do Stack Overflow on steroids. Um, how to and this is just okay. So how to create? Well, basically, I'm just gonna yeah. So what do I want to do? Be very specific. Mm, I want to have a circle and instantiate multiple multiple objects along the circle. Uh, the y stays the same. This is straightforward circle map. You don't need anything fancy. Whatever. Simple unit feature, for example. Divide the full circle, okay, 360 or 2 pi by the number of objects. And I have the number of objects. It's just the air slots count. Circle went very bad. What you sent me wasn't very helpful because I don't know uh, if you have to convert them to degrees. This is what you're doing with radians. Is math.radians trying to convert them to degrees? So let's go here again. Yeah, so for each x cosine angle x radius, sin angle. Okay, y is a fixed value, so no need to tweak anything. So you shouldn't need to use radians. Just use Euler and divide 360, or Euler and divide 360 by the number of valid positions you want. Yeah. Yeah, so if I divide 360 by the number of positions I want, yeah, I get it's going to be whatever, but divided by 16. So if I wanted to get like the float, float, float degrees, it's gonna be the like 360 divided by I, right? divided by I. So if I first type it divided by 0, no. Well, multiplied. Divided by 16. 360 divided by 16 and multiplied by I. That's gonna get me the degrees. But how do I get them in the circle? You know, because I have the circle. I could do yeah, that was just something I did. Yeah, do Euler or Euler. Hard to say. Think about it. Find the center of your circle. Yeah, the center of the circle is always going to be 0, or 0 relative to where I am. And then in art, you say, then get the radius you want. Okay, so the radius I want. What radius do I want? Let's specify the radius. Serialize field. Serialize field private float radius. And if I want, yeah, let's start with 3, or yeah, let's start with 5 radius. The equation, just make x and y both 0 and make r your radius. And replace radians with Euler. I. So in here, you say that I replace the radians with the Euler. So I'm gonna copy this here. Say. So I replace this with the Euler. So the degrees would be on Euler angles. Euler angles. Yeah, degrees. Euler I. Yeah, but so I don't need the I then. The degrees are being calculated there. What is the Y? Is Y my Y axis? Because I don't need to change anything according to Y axis. Is always going to be static. Or Matsin. Yeah, I don't need the Y there. Both are going to be. Yeah, and where's the X? Dude, I'm going to since you can't really talk with me in like real time, I'm gonna see what ChatGPT tried to tell me, but I didn't listen. Yeah, so you have the count, the radius. This is gonna be set to 0. So angle equals I mod f dot pi. So it's the count divided by the count. So that's the angle. There are two ways to do this easy way. It's just to make a sphere and get the collider area and spawn within that area. No, but like I won't be. This is not for spawning or anything. Or well, yeah, it's for spawning, but I want just the edges. Radius math cosine math Euler or Euler. Let me copy that. Let me join. And Adarva is say, how hard is it to make a game by 1 to 10? Like making it from beginning to end. Is that what you mean by 1 to 10? And if that is what you're talking about, then it can vary a lot. It can vary a lot depending on the type of game and how experienced you are, how many people are making the game. But it's not for a polished game, for a commercial game. Uh, well, it depends a lot. It depends a lot. Could be easy or could be very hard. It all depends on the game and how experienced you are. And Miho would say you could do what Art is saying or just learn math today. No, I'm not learning math. And they just say, I'm scared. Say, Unity gives you the collider's area anyway. If it's just the edges, you need a for loop. Do it in a for loop, so something like for int I equals 0. Yeah, that's what I'm doing in here. Then the var angle equals I math pi. Dude, that's the same thing that ChatGPT is telling me. I'm just gonna join whatever ChatGPT is telling me, and I'm going to modify if I need to modify it. Okay, so I don't need the for. I'm already doing the for. Yeah, it all came to the same thing. Uh, yeah, so float angle. Yeah, the angle I that multiplying math that pi times 2. Why am I multiplying pi times 2? And well, the count is air slot count. X is going to be cosine the angle times radius. And the radius is just radius here. Then vector position is going to be new vector x, y, and z. And the y is just 0 relative to this. And then instantiate the prefab. The prefab is just the air slot prefab in position, quaternion identity, and what's the yeah, I don't need this. Or do I? Yeah, I think I do need this. Because I want them to be parented to this. Miho, you say we are also chat, just not GPT. Yeah. And hard to say, to be honest, it's a constant formula. Usually I make a helper ahead of time to get it rather than make it every script. Yeah, I never done this. That's why I didn't know. Otherwise, if I had already done this before in any other project, I could just join this just directly from it. But this is first time I'm doing something like this. Okay, but thanks for the help. Really appreciate it. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. I will go and assign the prefab. I've never circled. Never. Say make a static helper out of it. Oh, it will make your life easier. I'm just gonna leave it there on start. Dude, I just need it for one thing. If I ever need it again, I'm gonna join it. And doesn't Unity also have a random Unity circle float foo? I don't know. It does? Random Unity circle? Unity circle. Or let's see, Unity engine dot random dot Unity. No, it doesn't seem like it. Maybe it's from a namespace you're using or something. Okay, so yeah, let's see the prefab and let's assign the prefab. Or random outside circle. Yeah, let me try that after I assign this. Air slot. Let's pull the air slot there. And okay, air slot positions. It's gonna be well. I need not this, but I need. I don't really need to serialize this, but okay. Serialize field. Private. It's gonna be game object array of air slots. And here, when I instantiate one, I'm going to assign it here. Air slots. Air slots. And the number is 0, or sorry, I, equals this. And I want to make sure I have initialized this with the correct numbers. So air slots equal new game object air slots count, like that. And let me try what you said, Art. So random the outside circle. Nope. Let's see if it's Unity engine, because sometimes uses the random from system. Unity engine the entity Unity engine that random that outside circle. Nope. Or just circle inside unit circle. That's everything I have for circle. Returns a random point inside or on a circle with radius 1. Yeah, but it's inside or on a circle. Oh, sphere? Let's see. Sphere on a unit sphere, inside unit sphere. Returns a random point on the surface of a sphere with radius 1. Okay, yeah, so for sphere, it works, but I don't need a sphere. I need a circle because I need just the circle, not the whole sphere. But I didn't know this existed, so that's nice anyway. And Nikki say, I draw a circle on a wizard in the middle. Will that help? Yeah, I think that'll help a lot. Okay, so here, interpolation speed, transfer rotation. I don't need the rotation, I think. I'll keep it anyway. I'll keep it anyway. Let's see. Okay, so you can see only in the inspector, there are some, let me go outside actually. So here, you can see they're following me. And probably I won't be using the rotation. I don't need the rotation. He's going to comment this. And sorry, Mijo, you say, okay, so due to being odd, my message didn't send low. It happens. I don't know. It's like the bot we have on Discord, pretty silly. That just is up to banning anyone or banning any message with anything remotely hurtful. Mijo, you say, why are both of you so perplexed and scared from circles? Nick played too much Minecraft lately. Yeah, I'm not scared of circles. Not scared of circles, but I'm scared of Euler angles. That's my real jump scare. I could get a real jump scare from Euler angles. Okay, so now I want to keep an offset. I didn't really assign an offset, or yeah, I did assign it, but transform the position equals vector 3 dot slurp and follow transform that position plus the offset plus vector 3 up times y offset. Need to say I have not played Minecraft in a long time actually. The one time I played on server was the first time in months, sadly. Why not Minecraft? Why not playing Minecraft? Well, you were playing Among Us, so that may be replacing Minecraft. Okay, why do I not see? Okay, yeah, here they are. I could make the radius just a little bit bigger. Say, Nick, I don't wanna. I have better stuff to do, like watching you. Thanks. Um, so I'll have to grab a transform, and well, I need two things. So I need to tell the air slot. Probably gonna have another script only for the air slot. Yeah, me how you say same. I have a wizard game to play. Um, yeah. So let's do a script for the air slot, and there I will. Well, the let's see. 'Cause I could have an index instead of having. Yeah, since I have a manager, I could just have an index instead of having a reference to that specific air slot. Wizard with circle. Yeah, wizard with an invisible circle. Okay, so here, let's see. On player air spots, I have the air slots here. I'll have, well, first one function here, public void get. Well, it's not going to be void. It's going to be vector. Dude, whenever I say vector now, I just remember the guy from I don't know how it's called in other countries, but the Minions movies. The guy Vector that always says his name or something. Um, so Kit Kat gave here. At least I'm helpful. Roman said it would help. Yeah, you're very helpful, Nick. Like no kidding or no jokes nor anything. You're very helpful. Like whenever you break my games, I I can improve them, especially this one. And yeah, thanks to Mihul too for finding the thing with the infinite spot of landing. Look at the help I did in images. What happened there in images? Yes, that's it. That's exactly it. If I had seen this image before, I would have logged in and I would have done it immediately. Okay, let's put this back here. Okay, so I need a vector 3 And well, I need to return two things probably then. I'm going to return then int, or what do I want first? I want, yeah, an int and a vector tree. So yeah, this. Let's do get component, or not get air slot. Yeah, get air slot. And here I'll have another public. I'd want jumping. Public, and I'll return just the position. Get air slot plus. And I'll need to pass an int air slot index. And okay, let's do an int vector tree is going to be result, and I want to return that. Return res. What is sign A? What is sign A? Why is my... Oh yeah, I forgot that mass bombing doesn't work anymore. I wanted to do that, but it doesn't let me anymore. So I'll do it manually. And I'm gonna throw some stars too. I'm a benevolent god. There you go. So what the sign A does just uses... Maybe I can configure that or something. Benevolent explosive god, exactly. Yeah, so here I want to return, well, first let's do a for int I equals 0. I is less than air slots, air slot count, I plus plus. So if the... Well, I also need to know if I return null. If I return null, can I return null? Can I return null? Convert null to int because it's non-nullable variable type. No. So I will say then int equal, or it's gonna be this, int equals -1, and vector tree, no, this is just -1 f, and the vector is vector 3.0. Will that work? Equals -1. Okay, so I'm gonna start it here. Res dot item 1 equals -1f. What's the problem with this? Oh yeah, it's an int, so no f. Equal -1 vector 3.0. So I'm gonna return result anyway. And I'll have to check here if it's not -1. Because if it's -1, I'll just assume it's null. Yeah. So here, if the air slot air slot available and the index here is is true, basically, I want to pass that one. So let's do this. Also, you lift off a sign with A. And I just say I think in Unity 6 you can do public record struct air slot int index vector 3 position. Um yeah, like having like making this a struct. Yeah, I guess I could. Let me try this. I think I could. Public record struct. I forgot what record was for. To be honest, I don't remember what it was for. Air slot. But I know I could do. This needs to be outside of this. Public um record struct air slot. And yeah, I could do int index. Well, I could do like this struct. Feature record structs is not available in C# 9. Please use language version 10 or greater. Well, problem. Well, it doesn't matter. Yes, I can use these two values here. Okay, so if that's available, then I want to make it unavailable. So air slot available, and that one I equals false. And I'm going to make res dot item one is going to be I, and res dot item two is going to be equal to air slots I dot transform dot position. Yeah, but I expected to be able to use a struct anyway. And me say I would do the opposite. Allocate as much as possible. Perfect. Yeah, I will do. Um, I will allocate just one tuple, and I'll make it basically reset it each time I want to use it. So instead of allocating each time I do get air slot, it will be the same variable. Yeah, instead of allocating memory, we should make the player remember the numbers. Yeah, to get the attention span fixed again, make people remember stuff. Okay, so I pass it here. Yeah, okay. So if I don't find any, I'll just return -1, and I'll handle the nulling, or I'll just assume this is null. Now, if I want to get the air slot position, I'll just do basically this. So I want to get the air slots. I want to get the index that I was passed, so air slot index, and transform that position like that. Yeah, instead of me doing the maths Why don't doesn't the player do the math? Um, okay, so now in flying enemy movement, in flying enemy movement, I'll have like a timer, and in that timer, it's going to try and get a valid a valid spot in there. And I could also, hmm, I could also make that it passes the closest one. Let me just first try this, and I'm gonna put a reminder for me here. Make the passing of this. Make the result be the closest to the current position. So it's not going to like start filling them uh, in order, but it's going to take the one that's closest to the enemy. And hard to say, it's great for doing comparisons with record. You can do arc equal break. It evaluates the record's content for you. I have to do a refresher of record because I know the keyword, I've seen it, and but I haven't used it really. Need to say, Roman, when are you gonna make a multiplayer game so I can exploit my way to number one in all categories of whatever the game is about? Multiplayer wizard game when? Dude, don't get me started with multiplayer. Um, one day I will though. One day I will go into multiplayer. Probably the first time I do something multiplayer, I'm gonna start very small, very small. So nothing can go that bad, or at least quickly. And need to say, I you broke me. No, actually, I'd make a mod to remove all of the game launching. It gets you the ending. Actually, it would be funny if we all just work together to figure out the chaos that is Unity multiplayer. Yeah, we could do something like that one day. Maybe next year, January of next year, we could take a week to stop working on this and do a very simple game that's multiplayer that we can play together whenever. That would be very cool, I think. I don't know how I because I've seen a couple of I've read some of the documentation for multiplayer, but I've never got anything working with multiplayer. Yeah, legends say that one day you will update Vanguard. And I to say Unity multiplayer. I tried it to not go with it and went with Space Time DV. Yeah, you told me about Space Time DV. Um, but I'm just excited to try what Unity has to offer, so then I can hate it with proper reasons. And need to say that would be very cool. Yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna be right back. Just going to the bathroom. But yeah, I think that would be a cool idea. What do you say? Nick, you say I tried using FitchNet. It worked locally with a tutorial, but none of the tutorials told me what I was doing. Yeah, I want something that we can like play together. So I won't go for local multiplayer. And hard to say, it's odd how they set it up. To be honest, you could probably make a multiplayer game without using their multiplayer setup, using Unity economy plus cloud code plus cloud save. I don't even know what those are. Don't even know about Unity economy. What is Unity economy? Cloud code, cloud save. Yeah, I just want to tinker with it. Um, and Nick, you say I only made a multiplayer tic-tac-toe 3D game in Scratch. Yeah, tic-tac-toe 3D. Nart, you say, but their actual multiplayer is more in the area of matchmaking. Yeah, I've seen they have a lot of things related to that, like with relay. And Nepo is here, says, "Yo, what's up, Nepo? Welcome to the stream. How is it going, dude?" And Art, so, and Nepo, you say, "How's everyone doing? My Facebook page is almost at 100. 90, 19 followers so far. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. I don't have Facebook, so if I had it, I would go and follow your page, but I don't have Facebook. And EXPR says, "Hey guys, what's up, EXPR? Welcome to the stream." Yep, always say I need this to add it as my streaming channel. Oh, okay, okay. Um, okay, so let's go into the fly enemy movement, and let's do. First, I want to get the a position, so I'm gonna have well, the target is going to change here, right? Well, I'm no longer going to use the target then. Or I could, well, I could pass the target. But let's see, flying enemy brain. Attack target, whatever, is a target destination. uh, yeah, so if you just joined EXP bar, let me show you what we're working on today. So yesterday we started making some flying enemies, and we didn't really get that far. And today we're just doing the movement part of things. So you can see this sphere here is going to be our flying enemy, but for now it's just following us around and nothing much, nothing much. So yeah, that's it. And we also have like an invisible circle that's in on top of the player. But I'll tell you more about that when we get to assigning positions and stuff. And EXP Bar, you say, which is harder, sound design or art when it comes to making a game? I personally found sound design. I would put it into the art category because well, like sound designs and whatever is very artsy in a way, or at least I find it that way. And I would say depending on you can go very complex on your sound design or very simple. So it depends a lot. And you can go for your art depending on in which way you set up. For example, for 3D modeling, rigging stuff and weight painting it, it's hard. But yeah, it's more like what are you used to? It's effects a fart sound, then 10,000 different pitches on that fart sound. Yeah, but you can go like crazy. I think a great example of this is uh, Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. they have like very specific sound effects for a lot of stuff, and they are like very dynamic. So uh, something like this, something like that would be very complex. But there are other games that barely have sound effects, and they still work great. And need to say programming is also art if you think about it. Yeah, I would say programming is an art. Curious that art has art for a name. Uh, Dude, programming is art. Okay, so here, what do I want to do inside here? I want to part. Okay, so I want to what? I no longer will use a target, or will I? My target now is going to be vector tree target, and I'll keep the y offset just in case that I want to use it for something else. So target here, I'll have private or public void update target and vector tree, new target boss, and I'll just do target equals new target position. What? What? Did I really say that? Um, and never say I'll cooperate. Need to say the pin command might be a little broken. It should pin for 10 seconds. Yeah, look away for a second and you're like making a ritual with nipple. Okay, here. Let's do in the flying enemy brain. I'll do this. So here, not the enemy movement script, but or what is enemy movement script? Enemy movement script, the type is enemy movement, and I'm inheriting here from there. Let me open enemy movements. Health. Oh yeah, I'm not inheriting from that, from there. So if I go here, serialized field, private, or I won't serialize it, private, flying enemy movement script, flying enemy movement, flying enemy movement, like that. And on start, I'll do flying enemy movement script equals to get component, flying enemy movement. If flying enemy movement script is null, I'll debug that log error flying enemy movement script is missing in flying enemy brain script. What's happening with the pinging? My 10 messages, not 19 seconds. You're just testing the pinning? Why is everyone pinned? Okay. On the vertical stream, Nebo is like right covering one of my eyes. Um yeah, so how does it work? Is it after 10 messages? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let me do this. So in here, let's do flying any movement script, and I'm gonna say set or update target. And just to keep things consistent, I'm going to not call this updated. I'm going to flying any movement, call this set target post, like that. Set target position. And what will I pass? Player air spots and okay, I have to get an index first of all. So here, private um private int air spot index, and I'm gonna start this as -1. Maybe not, I don't know. And exvbar you say, sorry, I don't speak Portuguese, but you say, ¿a cuánto tiempo você está trabajando nesse proyecto? Um, so I did get a lot of, or I did get a percentage of what you said. So I've been working on this project for 2 months, for almost 3 months, something like that. But that work has been interrupted by me basically losing my computer. So I would say between 2 to 3 months. I never say fuck it, I'm a gamble. Okay. So here, player air spots. Yeah, so what do I want to do in here? I want to say, yeah, rip my laptop. I miss it every day. So in here, I want to check if um, word. I'll have a timer, serialize field, serialize field, private, check for air spot time. It's gonna be, it's a float. It's gonna be, Nick, you say I'm excited about adding new cosmetics for the avatars. Yeah, me too. I wanna see some new cosmetics. Would be cool. And Nick, you say because then we can do impossible prices and make everyone gamble for them. Yeah, that's great strategy to post gambling. Okay, so check for airspot time. Let's say every 5 seconds. Or let's do a minimum and a maximum. Min and max. It's gonna be between a minimum of 2.5 seconds and a maximum of 7.5 seconds. And I'll have a timer here. Private, check for air spot timer. It's gonna be a float. And Miho always say, I don't know how I'm hitting the second 12, but I am. Um, yeah, so now I'm gonna check in here. If well, first of all, I always want to do check for air spot timer is gonna be minus equal time that delta time, and if check for air spot timer is less or equal 0, then I'm going to do what? What will I do? I will well, I have to restart the timer, so check for air spot timer is going to be equal random that range from check air spot timer minimum and check for air spot time maximum. And what do I want to do when the time goes off? Like when the timer goes off, I want to well find a position. Find a position. So I'm gonna get the index here. Let's let's see. Well, first I wanna have separate stuff for this, so I don't need. Let's go player airspots. Yeah, I don't need to pass both. I can just do this and get air slot index. That's what I'm gonna call get air slot index. And here, no longer items. Rest is just going to be an int rest, and rest is going to be default. It's going to be -1. Or can I do null here? No. Now that this is an int, no. So I'm going to return rest. Oh, yeah, this. And rest is going to equal y, or I, sorry. And yeah, I set this to not available. So what now? Now I can go in here and if, well, if I already have an index, I don't need to do this. If the index that I have is not equal to -1, or well, if it's equal to -1, then I'm gonna get another one of those. Else, I'm going to have a it keeps advancing. We're on 29 now. GTA 29. And Miho always say I have 45 catches. Interesting. What did it say? And Karas Hana says, what is this? Hello, Karas. Welcome to the stream. This is just me and these guys here making a game. I can show you what it is. So it's a magic game with controls from Helldivers to cast spells. So I can show you. Now I'm working on making a flying enemy. Um, but we're just starting, so it's not nothing too crazy. So yeah, this is the game. You have some self here, and some enemies start spawning, and you have to defeat them. But yeah, that's what we're doing here. So now, back to this. In Nepal, you say the gambler and me will never die. Okay, so check for air spotter timer. Mm, well, I want to have, and Karas, you say this is good. Well, I'm glad you like it. You're very welcome to join us here. Okay, so here, what do I want to do? I want to have two timers probably. So one is for checking the airspawn timer, and another one for going towards position. So private float. And Karas, you say I'm gonna stop to see your progress. Thank you so much for your subscription, Karas. Really appreciate it. Because I gotta go now. Bye. Okay, it was a pleasure to have you here, and yeah, bye. Take care. Okay, so here, let's do a timer for go to or set target position timer or set timer position max meantime. It's gonna be minus or it's gonna be 2.5 minimum. And let's copy this, and I'm gonna copy one more time, and this is gonna be max, and this is gonna be timer. And let's do 5 here. So it's gonna try to update position. Let's start at 1 F, and let's do 3 F maximum. And yeah, so on start, I'm gonna have the check for air spot timer. For air spot timer is gonna be random dot range check minimum check maximum, and the same for set for random dot range set target the minimum and set target the maximum. Thing for duel. Miho just won a duel. Okay, so here now we have those there, and here if we have an air spot index, so we have grabbed one of those air spots in that, like basically the circle that we did. Now that I have one, I'm gonna basically do set target position timer minus equals time dot delta time and what else? If it's less than set target plus timer is less than what? Less than or equal to 0, I'm going to do something. But first, let me reset this. Set target position. I can just copy this from here to restart this. Wow, we're 2 hours in. I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice we're 2 hours into the stream, 2 hours and a quarter. That's that's crazy. Nepo say be right back. Okay. See you in a little while, whenever you come back. Okay, so here, if the I don't want to check if I just want to do something because I was going to check for the index, but I no longer need it. So it's gonna be flying enemy movement script that set target position, and it's gonna be player air spots dot get or sorry instance dot get air slot position, and I'll have to pass the index. So air spot index. I think that's it. What stats are you talking about, Mijo? Yeah, Nibble is not even here, and he's gambling and winning gambles. An extension. That's why I couldn't see those. Okay, so in here I want to do check for. Well, I want to get one, so I'll do air spot index equals the player air spots instance get air slot. Well, I'm calling it air spot here, but this is air spot then. Air spot. I probably have been calling this incorrectly all this time. I want this to be called slot, not spot. Right? Yes. Air slot index. Why did I start calling it spot? It's a slot, so you grab a spot or you grab a slot, and it will have. It can be occupied or not occupied, so that's why it's a slot, not just a spot. You need to say it's a shame a part just doesn't work or just don't work. A part of what? Of the extension? Air slot, air slot, air slot. Yeah, player air slot. Slot. Like that. Now, in here, player air slots dot. And I need to change the name. Let me just close this. And where is it? It's in managers, player air slots, not spots. And it sent me an error. Where? Here. Yeah, player air slots dot. Dot what? Instance dot get air slot position, not get air slot index. Yeah, so I want to get. No, this is not the one. Here on air spot index, get the index. Reassign it. Well, first of all, I'll do this, and then I'll do another check. If air slot Yeah, this is air spot. I have to change it to air slot index. Slot index uh, does not equal to -1. Then I'm going to do all of these things. Yeah, so if I find a new one, I'll also have to restart this timer. So I think that's it. I think that's it. Now, that's for the brain. The brain is getting the slot, but the movement is actually moving around. And Mijo will say, "I'm finally spending some of my money." You're you're gambling it away. Oh, well, you're still up there in the list on the top three, I guess, or I think with quite a gap with the fourth place. Okay, so fixed update, yeah, whatever. Flying enemy health, yeah, flying enemy movement. So let's see, what script will I use the most? Probably this. I won't use the animations for now. Yeah, probably gonna be the last thing I'll use for now. The health, I don't think I'll use it either. But these ones I will. Flying enemy brain. Yeah, so the brain, I think that's good enough for the brain for now. So I changed my avatar. Oh, let me see better. It does look cool. I like the shield. It's pretty epic. Not gonna lie, it's pretty epic. Give you a star to compensate your epicness. I hope you get one. Oh, eventually. Okay, let's go back here. Oh yeah, you have to be jumping to get a star. That's weird, yeah. Okay, so back to this. Let's see. Player air slots, flying enemy, brain. Okay, so the brain will assign the target position, new target position. Now, target plus vector offset. Yeah, I need the offset, but I'm gonna leave it at 0. I'm gonna leave the offset at 0. Desired position. And probably I'll do like a lerp so it doesn't automatically snap to the position. I think that would be good. Okay, index out of range exception. Let's go. Console. White 382. If air slot available, I. Oh, oh. I forgot to start them at true or no. They should start at false. It should start as false. Hmm. Air slot I equal instantiate. Yeah, where's the problem? Where is the problem? Here. If air slots available. Okay, I didn't I initialize this. So air slots available. I think that's why. So here, air slots available equal new bool and air slot count. Like this. Now, is there any other list or array that I have to initialize? No, I don't think so. Yeah, so now let's minimize this and let's run the game. Where's the flying enemy? Where does it go? Because it is here. It is here. But when I press play, it goes somewhere else. Okay, it's just below me. And if I move around, that's weird. Oh, maybe it's because the first the follow transform. Well, I'm using it's the movement. It's somewhere in the movement. Yeah, the target is set to 0 at the beginning. So I'm gonna, instead of setting the target to 0, wherever I spawn, it's gonna be target equals transform dot position. So it's not going to move at first. I'm going to separate this. Or no, this can stay like that. So now it should stay there. It should stay where it is. Let's just go and point that camera towards it. Yeah, it stays there. Now, let me tweak some stuff there. Target -3, -4. If I change, yeah, I can change the target and it will update. It's quite fun actually. Let me show you. I have these sliders for the position and it does work. But what I need is another position basically. I don't think I updated it then. Because if I go to set target position, it's gonna set the target position. Target private vector, yes. And in flying enemy brain, if air slot index, he wants the fourth dimension. Yeah, he just needs that W axis. Air slot index. I get the index. I restart the timers, and it should give me something that's not -1. Let me see if I do it here on the player air slots. Let's see if I'm returning something coherent. So before return, I'm going to debug that log. Debug that log. air slot index. I'm gonna say I or rest, whatever. Yeah, let's do that then. Let's see. Air slot index is -1. Yeah, so first time, okay, it's always returning -1. I don't know if you can see it, but here it's always returning -1. So there's a problem with not with the movement, but with uh, passing something that's not -1 here. What he actually needs is an encanto. It needs to be enchanted. It needs to be enchanted. Mm, so what could it be? Am I am I setting? Oh, yeah, it was what I was saying before. I'm not really starting those. So let's go air slots and air slot available. I'm gonna put it here, and it's just initializing those. So for and e equals 0. E is less than air slot count. E plus plus. And Eclipser 48 says, which app are you using to make this game? I am using Unity, Unity 6 to be precise. So yeah. Are you also a dev, maybe into game development, maybe web dev, robotics, or maybe you're into arts, maybe 3D modeling, painting, something? And Mijo, you say my Spanish just comes from movies Andorra. Well, you did say Encanto, so that's what that was used correctly. And STXTICR, sorry, I can't pronounce your name. You say, hello there, I really like your dedication and passion. What made you decide to use Unity? When I started, I basically looked into how to make games. And first, I didn't go with Unity because I didn't understand it really. So I picked Game Maker and started making games in Game Maker. I don't know. I made a couple of prototypes there, and I got familiarized with using code or some. Well, in Game Maker, you don't really use real code. Like it has its own language, but it got me very familiar with coding. So then I made the jump to 3D because I wanted to do 3D stuff, and it's a little bit difficult to do 3D with Game Maker. So it was either Unity or Unreal, and I don't know really why I went with Unity, but I really like the graphics and the games that have been made with Unity, have been made with Unity. And also, I prefer the language more, C sharp. I prefer C sharp better than C++ and Blueprints. And also, it's easier to run. Uh, when I started, I didn't have a very good PC. Um, and Unreal, it's very hard to run on any machine. So, yeah, that's it. That's it. And need to say hasta la vista in Spanish. Okay, so here for int e, I'll do air slot. Well, I'm just setting everything to be true because everything's going to be available at first. And here e. And I don't really need these brackets because this is the only thing that I'm doing here. Now, this should make the error go away. Let's see. So now in some seconds it should pick one. Uh, yeah, it picked a index. It picked an index, and it's moving there. Now the only thing is, well, it's just a rate, which is like getting a new position basically. So let's go in flying enemy movement, and I'll have to tweak these values here. So yeah, let's do Y offset. First of all, I had the Y offset here. Let me show you. Here the Y offset, I had it set to 3.5 because I that's how it was first initialized. Like that was the default value before. But now I don't need that anymore. So yeah, that's one thing done. Now the other thing is mm, changing the minimum and maximum time of the timer for on the enemy brain. So on the enemy brain is gonna be a minimum of 0.5, or no, like actually something very very small, 0.1, and let's do 0.2 um, as maximum. And Spark or Cortex, you say, bro, take rest. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. I'm okay. I will start streaming. Just a reminder. I'll start streaming 3 hours later next week because I want to like take lunch calmly. But for this week, I'll start at the same time. The only downside of this is that I'll have to wait until I finish streaming to eat lunch. So I'll probably do 4 to 5 hours today. And Nick, you say check if you can aim at that angle before committing because the camera has a limit on it. I don't understand really what you're saying there, Nick. Uh, dude, like, there's a reason why there's the meme of me saying what, because I don't get it sometimes with just text. And me always like, yeah, Roman, take a gambling break real quick. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna gamble. Um, let's do one quick gamble. So let's do slots, or yeah, it's slots and then the number, right? Let's do just that. And you say, Nick, you say you can't look up enough. Why? Oh, to attack the enemies, you can't look up enough. Oh, it's not gonna be that. Oh, I see. I see what you say. What you're saying. Yeah, this is gonna be. This is gonna have to be even less, like 0.1, 0.01, and 0.1, 0.05. No, actually, I think. Hmm. No, you say yo, waiting for the game. Well, you can already play it. It's on itch.io. If you want to try it, you can download it for free. And Spark to say, what's next in YouTube after game distribution? Like what after I finish this game? What am I gonna upload? I'm gonna upload more game dev. Like when I finish this game, either I will update it or I'll start a new game. this doesn't end. Yeah, so what you were saying about being able to attack it, well, you can't really get that far up, right? So, well, I could do that. You can get a little bit closer, so you can you can aim higher. Yeah, let's do a test. I can fire it in. Well, this this is not being able to fire at him. This is me just lacking the skill to do it. Yeah, it already looks annoying. Yeah, but it won't be like that because now it's like teleporting. I don't want teleporting. What I want is let me do. I'm gonna join the sway that I had going on for the let's see, player aim slots. I'm gonna join flying enemy animation handler. Where is it? Yeah, player slots. So here, I'm gonna junk this interpolation speed. What if we also like this skill? Yeah, that's a possibility. And Spark can say we need a live stream after game distribution. Only interact with subscribers. Yeah, why not? Like I'm gonna be live streaming anyway. Okay, so I'm gonna rob myself here and put it in here. So where is it? Yeah, so the thing is I don't want like I don't want interpolation all the time. No, a coding live? What do you mean like no coding? Well, I'm up to uh a just chatting stream. It would be different for sure. So I always have something to talk about here because I'm doing stuff. Follow transform position time. Okay. So here is the target, and the time. Well, I first need to create this. So private float time. And the interpolation speed. Well, I'll use the current speed. Current speed. And I'll put this in update. I'm going to just comment this for a while. And let's just do interpolation for now. Need to say we first need enough subscribers after game distribution though. Yeah, of course, like, and this is like months away. Yeah, months minimum. Yeah, game distribution is such a silly way to put it. Okay, so normal speed, let's say. And Miho, you say, yeah, either coding or an important event, that's how it is. And Eclipser 48 to say, what are the necessary things to make high quality games? Um, let me think about it. Well, first you need. Well, I was about to say a game engine, but you don't need a game engine really. It's gonna be harder, but you don't need a game engine. You need um it's so many different things to make a game. There are so many different things. You need what you really need is passion, passion or motivation to do them, because otherwise, you're not going to get that far. You need to like what you're doing probably, or being motivated enough to do it anyway. Because you're probably going to need the skills for programming, or it doesn't matter if you're using a programming language or coding with blocks. You're going to need, well, that's the minimum. You could be a great artist or be a great programmer or be a great something, and or just be an overall game dev. But yeah, there's so many things involved that it would be silly for me to just point to one. And yeah, quality can be defined in multiple ways too. Okay, so now it's just teleporting. So I mean, we need to put a live chat for us after the game launches without coding. Okay, so the interpolation speed, let's say time current speed, the interpolation speed is going to be something very, very slow. So 0.1 f, 0.0, 0.01 f. Let's try that. And yeah, Discord is always open. So if you'd like to chat there, it is open. Okay, that's more like it. More like it. So the interpolation speed is gonna be, well, it's gonna be the current speed times the delta time. I need more. Bye guys. Bye Swart. Was good to have you here. Take care. Yeah, 6 is a lot of speed. Let's do normal speed is gonna be 2. And let's do current speed is 2. Let's do normal speed 1. Let me restart because I don't want to get murdered here by the enemies. And they can say, I can already imagine an amazing way to do amazing breaking things, game breaking things with this enemy. Oh, I need to put this to 1 already. 1, 2. Well, this is just time the delta time. And I need to set the check for airspeed time. Let's do 0.05 and 0.1. Oh, it is kind of, well, it's not avoiding the obstacles, it's just going through them, I think. Yeah, it's just going through them. I need some kind of obstacle avoidance. 'Cause I thought of having like 3D navigation, like for real, doing A-star pathfinding in 3D space, but that's like so expensive to calculate that I'm going to just do something a little bit more simple. Nick, you say, yeah, that's very not viable. Yeah, because there's not only calculation for the other enemies. Like there's gonna be, I don't think there's gonna be more than 80 enemies because I have a cap on how many enemies can spawn. Now it's 50, and the game seems to be running fairly well. Like I don't think there has been any performance issue. Uh, but yeah, I don't think I'm going to push it further than that, further than 80, never or like ever. But yeah, for now it's just 50. I want to see if it how it's following me. I well, let me see. Well, since I'm always using this, mm, let's do flying enemy brain. I don't think I need this really. If airslot index, uh, this is just an excuse to not doing it on update every time. And need to say you could make it go left and right if it hits something and back out into normal nav match if you're far enough. Into normal nav match if you're far enough. Like place an agent under the flying guy and disable it unless he's far away. That's a that's fair. That's a good option. But I don't like dealing with nav match. I think I've already had my fair amount of pain because of it. Let me first tweak the camera so you can actually fire to something that is very high in the sky. So I have here camera orbit, minimum distance, minimum distance, maximum distance. I think I already have the. Okay, I think it's gonna be collision radius. Layer, collision mask. And you can say it's gonna be only if it's far enough to the visuals of it teleporting or something don't even matter that much in that moment. Yeah, that could work very well actually. It could work very well. Mm, I'd have to have I'd have to have the and Cheese Guy is here. It says hello. I'm joining for a moment. Hello, Cheese Guy. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, I don't see anything wrong with your approach, but I don't like to have an agent here. I want to see if I can do something different, and I don't think we're gonna get that far into this anyway today, but tomorrow I'll make sure. Yeah, tomorrow I'll make sure to have the navigation working properly. Let me just revert this here. And Mijo will say hello. And the cheese guy say, I'll be here to calm myself down from modern Excel. Yeah, who's making you do Excel? Okay, IT from school. Spreadsheets are fun. I do like spreadsheets. just the Notion ones or Google or the Google Sheets. Okay, so collision mask. I can just tweak this, I guess, on the camera orbit. I think it's on the player, right? No, camera orbit, it's not on the player, it's on the virtual camera. So where is the virtual camera? It's here. Yeah, camera orbit. Distance and minimum distance, maximum distance. Yeah, those distances are not for those distances are how far and close you can get to orbit the player. So mouse sensitivity, scroll sensitivity, minimum pitch and maximum pitch. Yeah, let's play with those values with minimum and maximum pitch. And yeah, data is fun. And this guy say I also like it, but not when it doesn't cooperate with me or doesn't let me use dates. Yeah, it can get annoying. Like everything good in life, it can get annoying. Okay, minimum pitch. Let's do what if I do minus 70? Yeah, I think that's too much. But let's say minus 50. I think that's too much too. Let's do 40. It should be able to. I think, yeah, 50 is better. So even if something like this, you can still fire there. And let me see, the collision radius, I'm gonna do 0.2 instead of 0.25. I think I got some clipping there. Maybe? Did I? The screen check is barely noticeable but when you do a lot of spells, you can really tell how it gets added. Excel 2010 was good, but Microsoft ruined it. Like a lot of things, Microsoft has ruined it. But I like Windows, but just because it's compatible with everything. It's very compatible. But if it wasn't because of that, I'd probably switch to Linux right now. And Miho is like, did you know that insert percentage here of romanleco viewers are not subscribed? I don't know how many is that. I think it's like not, I don't know, could be 60. Need you say, oh, I can't imagine using the new ones, not in a million years. I wanted to switch to Linux for so long. Yeah, the problem I have with Linux is the compatibility. Like I could deal with it for, I don't know, some time. Like if it's a week. But I don't know if I can have my normal functioning computer with Linux. If I have to like do if I have to go around things. And this guy, you say, I'm forced now. I also on my school computers, everything is old locally. They even have Windows 7 everywhere. Oh, that's cool. I'm not gonna lie, that's cool. And Miho, you say, I'm gonna switch to Endeavor OS soon. What's Endeavor? Or what's the benefit of it? If it's a, is it a distro of Linux? And need to say Windows 7 is the GOAT. Don't complain about Windows 7. Okay. Now let's. I'm gonna lock those values again. -50 and 0.2. Endeavor is a Linux distro. Cool. Let me know how it goes, and if it. Let me know about compatibility, because if it's compatible with most of the things I use, I'll gladly switch. Well, the thing is, the firewall or the enemy shouldn't be that fast, right? So let's go again into the flying enemy. Let's do 0.25 of normal. It's gonna be normal speed, current speed. Yeah, I think that's okay. I'm forced to make the assignment in Excel. Well, you can use Google Slides or something else and then convert. But I guess if they're asking you to use it, just use it. I guess. You can always do whatever. Okay, so 0.5, 0.5. In normal speed, let's say 75. 75. Not that bad. And let me pause this to read you. And did you say, Roman, how about we make a second hitbox for the projectiles that have a larger radius that only detects flying enemies and makes it easier to hit them? Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, we could do that. I'm gonna put it on feedback at the top of the list. Where is Notion? I think I don't have it open. Yeah, here. Let's add another task. So bigger hitbox for spells that detects flying enemies. And I'm going to no, dude, I don't wanna update. Let me copy your message here, Nick. There's a whole rainbow here. Yeah. And Mijo say, are you being watched? If not, use Google, import whatever into Excel, and get the XLSX file. Yeah, I said the same. If they're not like watching you, you can do that. And You say, I don't know if Google Spreadsheets have all of the commands I learned. Hmm, you can chat GPT those. And then you say, I'm sure it has a compatibility. Maybe they're called a little different. As long as you won't have a test for it, it'll be fine. Smart. Honestly, I don't want to switch to Google Spreadsheets. Okay, that's fine then. Um, that's fine. Nothing else to say. Okay, so fire knight projectile to the player, moving around the player while floating. Let's see. Normal speed. Let's do 0.5. I'm gonna do 0.5, 0.75, and current speed 0.75. You see me hold. I think other than like a few native Windows things and DLL stuff, Linux has like everything. Um, what about program incompatibility? Like, DaVinci Resolve is not ported for Linux. What else? Let me see. Unity, I think yeah, you can run Unity on Linux. Notion, I don't know. Probably. Discord, yes. Um, Spotify, I guess yeah. Okay. Let's assume those can be run. I don't think DaVinci Resolve can be run in Linux. What else? OBS probably can too. VS Code, yeah. Affinity Photo too. That's what I use to edit my images. I don't know if it has Linux port. NVIDIA Broadcast, probably too. Yeah. Um, Flow Modoro doesn't have a port for Linux. Yeah, no one uses that. But yeah, Blender, you can use it. Yeah, out of those, where could it go wrong? And you say, yeah, Proton exists. Any exe file should run, but will it run well? That's the question. And art to say, I don't know, it's like Rust. Fine, but you can never deny you are in a sweaty tryhard. What are we then? If not that. Need to say DaVinci has a Linux version just checked. Yeah, it does? Didn't know. You say Linux is literally all about typing. You can code in it really well. You can build Flomodoro for Linux yourself. Yeah, you could run Linux on a potato and still get 100 FPS on Minecraft. You say Notion isn't native, but there are community ports for Notion desktop. Mm, yeah, but there could be if there's anything that I'm missing, I'm gonna miss it a lot because I don't have a lot of programs in my computer, but the ones I have, I use them a lot. Yeah. I'll see. I'll see. I saw Primegen, I think, was doing like a Arch Linux install, and he got a problem for I don't know months with some keys on his keyboard not getting recognized. So I don't want to be Primegen too. I just say every time I hear Linux, I think back to when Apple Bros created the cult of Apple. Back then, I wasn't alive in that time. Um, okay, here. Let's see. I don't want to modify this anymore. And in here, fly any movement. Yeah, so when I get far enough from the player, I'd probably want to get another point in the circle. Your OS has one job: to ensure you do not need DOS to use your computer. Yeah, I just want to run things and not have to worry about it. And it's better if I don't have to have a lot of BS on it, like you have to in Windows. Affinity Photo runs on Linux. Yeah, I don't have any excuses now. I have to switch. What about Stream Avatars? Okay, so let's do that. Let's go into the player air slots, and I want to get the closest one. So I'm gonna get float distance, and I'm gonna say it's gonna be 0. And need to say Affinity Photo runs on Linux, and need to say it's a Steam game. Any Steam game should be fine because of Proton. Okay. And I just say you to you, boo. But I remember my professor worked at ENBC and would never shut the fuck up about Linux. Then when he explained why, I was like, what the fuck? Not about how obnoxious what he was saying was, but how he hypnotized the future Linux bros. I just want to be sweaty. I just want to switch. No, I think what made me want to switch was mainly the PewDiePie video. He switched to Linux or a Linux distribution. So that made me think, uh, or rather be exposed to Linux epicness. But yeah, I don't want to have any possibility of any incompatibility. And plus, the current setup that I have for my Windows, it's not that messy. Like there's a lot of settings you can tweak to make it less annoying. And what you can't tweak is the constant updates for nothing. And Miho, you say you can just dual boot both Windows and Linux and use whatever you feel like at the time. It's also true. Yeah, no Valorant. Choo choo, all aboard the hype train, not gonna lie. Nebula got first class season tickets. Linux is being made better, especially because Microsoft is doing stupid. Well, I'll see. I'm good now. When the hype wears off, that's when I'll reconsider. Like I'll consider it. Because honestly, I just set up this computer like what, a month ago or less. I don't want hype, dude. There is hype for Linux. Uh, okay, so here I wanna get the distance. So get airslot position. I wanna get the distance, and yeah, I'll specify vector 3 um, current position, and I'll ask it here. So this is gonna be transformed at position. Yeah, so now here distance distance. Oh, I'm gonna get this away from here. Oh, I no longer need this message anymore. Yeah, so I'm gonna delete this, and here res equal false. Now I want to get the distance, so distance is gonna be vector 3 dot distance, and we'll do here well, distance is just going to be the current position on the get air position. Oh, it's just air slot, and yeah, air slots I transform position. So that's the distance. Now I want to get this. It's going to be something like 1,000 to start. So if distance I calculate it first. If distance is less than well, this distance is less than the previous one. So basically, if this is less than the previous distance, on distance, I want to say here res equals 1 and distance equals this. But yeah, the closest, this is gonna return the closest one. Probably. Let me see. So yeah, I calculate the distance, and if the distance that I calculated is less than the distance that we had, I'm going to update the distance to the current one, and the result is gonna set to I. There's a lot I haven't read. No Explorer you, what hype? I mean, I know PewDiePie uploaded something, but I'm under such a specific rock that nothing else came through. It's more of the hype with the tech channels on YouTube, I would say. And art, there, or if you go into Primeagen, that's one of the biggest ones for tech and like coding related stuff. It's like everything Linux and BIM. And art to say, when releasing games for 100,000 players on Android, there are 1,000 Apple players and 10 Linux players. Yeah, yeah, that's a reason to stay in Windows, to like try stuff in Windows too. Like that's a big upside, like being able to try the games in the OS that the players are going to play it in. A lot of people would have to migrate to Linux for Linux to be better, or for yeah, for Linux to be better and more compatible with more stuff. What was that? Also, he didn't mention Windows. Must have been the win. And you say Proton and Wine exist? I'll do I'll do it when I get empty my dying drive and copy my computer's consciousness onto it. Macrium reflect. Right. But Android is Linux? Is Android Linux? I didn't know. Are you guys lying me? Okay, so getting this now. I'm gonna have on the flying enemy brain, I'll have flying enemy movement script. Here, I'll have well, I first need a position or a distance to the point to update it. You say no, but it's off of Linux. That's a fact of the universe that I ended yesterday. I'm no longer following the thought train. He said target post timer. Okay. So target post timer here. First of all, if air slot index is, or first, if the first I have to check if I'm doing like 100 checks. If air slot index does not equal -1, I'll do, well, basically I'm gonna do some pseudocode here so I can remember what I want to do. So if the enemy is far, very far, far away from its slot, I'm gonna say make slot available, make slot available. That slot to set slot to -1, or set the slot index to -1, to -1. And what else? I want to get another one, so I'm gonna do get new slot index. What happens when I'm out of slots? When I'm out of slots, it's gonna be -1, so the enemy will just fly. Well, will just be like standing there menacingly. Yeah, so it's not going to do anything really. I can't be out of slots. Time to gamble. Yeah, so it's not going to try and go find a new one. Well, just it's not going to stand, but it's gonna be there, floating. Okay, if the enemy is very far from its slot, so that means the if vector distance, the current transform that position, and get air slot is gonna be a player air slots instance, get player, or get air slot position and air slot index, right? If that is what, more than a threshold, or yeah, so I'm gonna call it serialized field private float Mm, Proximity threshold. Probably gonna change his name, but let's say 3F proximity threshold. If that happens, I'm going to do what? I'm gonna make this slot available. So I need to go into player air slots. Need to say make it at least shoot when it's standing there. But what if it's standing there like very far away? If it's standing very far away, uh why would it do that? And also, I want to do another thing. So since we have the player air controls, like we know there are gonna be some enemies in that circle. I'm going to coordinate the attacks so they are not constantly attacking you like at the same time, because otherwise it would be annoying, right? And let's say you have 16 enemies, you're surrounded by the enemies. I don't want to I don't want you to get obliterated by everyone at the same time. So what I'll do is I'm going to call from the slot fire, and it's going to be coordinated with all the other taken slots to fire at you. Otherwise, you're gonna get obliterated. You know. Then it should die. No. Why? I don't want to kill it like that. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what we do about that. For now, let's just assume we have infinite slots. Because I was thinking maybe I could just have another level that's gonna be a little bit more away. Let's say we have 16 on the bottom level, and there are enemies that can attack you. We can also have another layer that's gonna have a bigger radius, and let's say it's gonna be 32. So they're going to get there, and they're gonna be not as close to you. So that radius, those enemies that are in that higher uh, slots are not going to be able to attack you. Um, but they're going to be like trying to get to the lower level to attack you. You know? Yeah, yeah. They could be sad. They could be sad if there's no slot. What if, what if the player died instead? Like IRL. Yeah, super good idea. Okay, make slot available. So I'll go into player air slots, and here public bool set slot availability, set air slot availability, and I need to true or false. So value is gonna make the air slot. Well, I need not only a value, but I need the index. So int um, air slot index, and it's gonna be air slot available. I'll get the air slot index and equals value. Died from no gambling. Okay, make it available. Mm, yeah, so I'll need to call player air slots instance set air slot availability. I know what. I need the index. So air slot index. And what else is going to be set to false? Or no, it's gonna be set to true because now it is available. Then set slot index to -1, air slot index -1 equal -1. Get new slot index is gonna be air slot index equals get for a player air slot. Oh, I see. I see a problem with this here. If air slots available, or sorry, if res is not equal -1. I don't know why I was thinking about this script, but yeah, that's a fix. Player air slots. That instance that get air slot index, right? And I have to pass the transform that position. I think that's it. I think that's it. So now when I go very far, it will try to get to the closest position instead of whatever position, instead of the first one, basically. So it's no longer sequential. It's gonna take the closest. Why is it avoiding stuff? I didn't implement avoiding anything. And Ninja say I want to find an invincibility bug just to get a screenshot of the circles trying to obliterate me. Yeah, but I'm gonna make that they are not able to attack you whenever. They'll have to be close enough to the slot, and also I'm going to control so that they can't really fire every time at you. Like there's gonna be a timer for everyone, not the individual flying enemy. It will be silly anyway. Okay, let's see. I think I do like how it's working right now. Let me make it a prefab. Let me make it a prefab. Because things are gonna get very silly once I have more than one. Let's go in here. Prefab enemies. Let's put it here. Flying enemy. Now let's duplicate it a bunch of times. This is gonna go so wrong. I just know it. Okay, so we have 5, right? Yeah. Hey, they're trying to follow me. They don't have avoidance with each other, so they are like just colliding with stuff. And with each other too. It's actually not that bad. Not that bad. Yeah, and they're going to start to fire to blast you there. And let me read you. Also, that will work very funky if 10 plus or if 10 flying guys spawn. You should make it a threshold. If 1 to 3 enemies, 1 attack, and 4 to 8, 2, 9 plus enemies, 3. That's a good idea. It's a good idea. I didn't thought about it. And you say, Mijo, I was not here. Well, here we have the enemies, the flying enemies. Let's. I don't mind them colliding that much, to be honest. But they shouldn't. Why can't they go through stuff? It's because it's a kinematic. Because it's kinematic. What if I just make everyone not be kinematic? Okay, I'm gonna accept this. Let me accept this. Accept. Romanleco declined the duel. Why? Yeah, and if you jump, it's actually not bad. I think they're too slow. That's one thing that annoys me a little bit. They are too slow. Let's do normal speed. Let's do 1.25. 1.25. And suddenly they are very, very fast. Need to say, so they're gonna be like a clear anti-camp enemy. Yeah. You can no longer be here because like they can fire at you anyway. Need to say, because how often will you just stand there and let them hit? Yeah, it's not really good strategy to camp anymore. You'll have to be constantly moving, otherwise gonna get swarmed. And of course, I'll have to make them very easy to defeat. Otherwise, that's gonna be a nightmare to kill them. Okay, let me try something. So in here, I'm going to, unless what, Nick? Unless I wanna read what you have to say. I've got many mischievous plans now. GG. Okay, let's see. In here, flying enemy movement. I'm gonna say I'll have an interpolation speed. So yeah, here's serialize field private float interpolation speed. It's gonna be 0.25 f. Yeah, I think that. So I'm not going to use this. I'm going to use interpolation speed here. And I will do something. I'll do vector 3. Well, first, if vector 3 dot distance is more and you can say if there are none attacking you, the closest should shoot every so often anyways. Did I don't think I put your message from before in Notion. Let me copy this. Because I don't think I did. Or did I? Am I getting dementia? Yeah, no. Here. Okay, vector distance. And I'll have a threshold for serialized field, private, float, and yeah, it's going to be interpolation or start interpolation distance. Start interpolation distance or just interpolation distance. And what will I make it? It's going to be 3 or 2? 2. Let's do 2. If the transform that position and the other one is what? It's going to be the target. It's more. If that's less. Now, if the distance is more, I'm done the interpolation distance. Then I'm going to do this. Like that. And else, I'm going to use this. Let's try this. Yeah, but I'm gonna control about what you say. If they are not attacking you, the closest should shoot it every so often, anyways. Yeah, but it's gonna work the same way, anyways, because I'll make them shoot every so often. Doesn't matter how many there are. Hitbox. And actually edit the previous one to say make a second larger hitbox for flying enemies so that they're easier to hit. Let me go here. Bigger hitbox for filter place enemies. Yeah. Makes more sense. There. I think it's better that way, as you said. Because the graphic can be one way. Like I wouldn't even have to tweak anything. The flying enemy can just have a larger collider than its body, basically, because the graphics are separated there. And now there's not really a lot of avoidance. What's happening? What's happening? Where did the other two went? They're getting oh, they're getting funky. Very funky. I don't know if you're seeing this, but there's one very small one going very, very fast. I think if I get a lot of separation, I just miss the other ones. Like the other ones are nowhere. Yeah, let me tweak some things. Let me tweak some things. So in here, normal speed, let's do normal speed of 3. Current speed, oh, it was set to 125. No, this should be 3. Now, interpolation speed is going to be 1. And interpolation distance is 2. Let's do overrides. Apply. Yeah, I'm not sure about having them not be kinematic. But anyway, I'll try this. You're like warping. I don't understand. Why is there one in there? Can you see? There's one flying there. I don't really understand why. But at least these ones are okay. It may have to do it may be in it may be something to do with them not being kinematic anymore. It's kinematic. I'm gonna put the is kinematic again to true. Apply. Let's save. And these ones do these ones get overridden? No. Okay, they were not getting overridden. So flying enemy, let's do 4 copies. Gonna put them somewhere separate. Yeah, let's do it. And I need to say, good clip for the second bit. Free content. It's free real estate. Now, they're just warping out. I don't think I like this. Transform to position equals slurp. Transform to translate. Yeah, here I'm using a slurp. Ayuch Charma says, hello, sir. What's up, Ayuch? Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I don't know if probably the error is here because otherwise it's just going to be interpolating. Let me do the interpolation distance. Let's set it to something in here. Let's set it to something very big. So it's always going to be interpolating. So here, let me see. Yeah, the distance, I'm going to set it to, I don't know, 100. You say, Nick, what if we make a second enemy that will interpolate to the interpolated position? Why? What? For what reason? Okay, I think there's something wrong. Something very wrong with this. Maybe it's the We'll see dash time. Proximity threshold. We always say we need a third one to keep the second one in line. Yeah, I'm not gonna argue with that. And a huge charm, I say. I'm also a game developer, an asset store publisher. That's very, very cool. So, are you working in something right now? A game of any genre? And welcome to the stream, by the way. Okay. So let me see. Let me see on their enemies because I know they're getting to the position. Now, what I want to do is just having them be like smoothly get there. Normal speed, slow down speed. No, current speed, interpolation speed. Yeah, the interpolation speed, maybe it's too big. Let's do 0.1. How will that change things? Yeah, they're always getting interpolated. And if I change the interpolation distance to, let's say, 1, not sure. But I do like that they are at least getting interpolated. Okay, no reference exception. What is the exception? Oh, there are many exceptions. Where? Enemy movement script, attack target. Maybe I didn't set it correctly. Maybe I didn't set it correctly. Because if I go into flying enemy brain, let's go to flying enemy brain. Yeah, it's not there. Enemy movement script, attack target. Where am I using this? Oh, so this is a protected variable from somewhere else, I guess. Because flying enemy brain inherits from enemy brain. Yeah, so I should be able to then. Okay, this is not going to work any in any case. So flying enemy movement script dot attack, or let's see, because here I want to attack target, but I don't want to use this because this is for other enemies. So here debug.log attack attack, and I'm gonna put the time too. Time here and time that time. Now let's see. Let me first modify the flying enemy in the movement. Let's do interpolation distance is going to be 1. Interpolation speed is going to be 0.5. And then the normal speed is going to be set to 6. Yeah, but I don't want them to work like that, honestly. Let's do interpolation distance of 4. There's like snapping to a position instead of flying to it. to 10 or 100, and let's do interpolation speed of 0.3 or 0.4. Actually, I want to know when they're getting interpolated, so let's go again, not here, but on the movement. And I want to know if I did commit basic setup for flying. Okay, yeah, that's right. So if in case that I want to like go back in time or something, I can do that. Okay, so otherwise time interpolation speed is going to be that time. Where I joined this from here, not this, but on GitHub, interpolation speed is what? It's just 0.25. Interpolation speed is just 0.25. So I'm just going to debug here. Debug dot log interpolating and output time too. Time. Just to see if this is getting called and when it's getting called. I'll just try with one enemy first. One enemy first? So normal speed and interpolation speed. Let's do interpolation distance of 3. Interpolation speed of 0.25. The current speed is going to be set to 6. Okay, it's interpolating here. Yeah, it's always interpolating. Every time. Now, flying enemy. Interpolation distance. Let's set the distance to 1. What if I say 0.1? It's always interpolating. So there's a problem then with the way I coded this in. Okay, so here, yeah, there's a problem with this. So if vector.distance transform that position and target, so I'm getting a float from this. If that is more, if the distance to the target is more than the interpolation distance, then I'm going to do this. Otherwise, I'll do the other thing. So why would it interpolate then? I don't understand what's wrong with this. Let's do interpolation distance 0.1. Let's something super small. Give me a second. I'm going to be right back. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Um, is I'm always getting the message here, and I use Sharma. You say debug the instance once, but I want to know like every frame where when I'm calling it. So I'm having a time there. So in here, yeah, let's see what is the distance. I want to know the distance then. And this is fixed update, so this is not really happening every frame. Because Roman came back, that's why the gambling didn't work. Yeah, sure. Let's do debug the log. I'm just gonna log the distance. I always or I know that this is getting called every single time, so I want to know the distance. So here, let's do distance like that, and I'm just going to copy this, put it in here. Yeah, I also want to know, well, the interpolation distance is always going to be the same, so don't need to check for that. And I'll just put the time, or no, I don't need that. Let's just do that distance. Otherwise, I can also switch to just regular update, but I don't think I'll need to. Let's see. You're just losing money. I'm gonna check the leaderboards just in a second. Okay, so the distance is 0, 1, 0, 2, 7. Okay, but it's like very close to 0. Very close to 0. But it's always very close to 0. And Ayut Sharma, you say instead of calculating distance inside if statement, put it inside different variable. It will be helpful for debugging things. Yeah, I'll hear you. I'll hear you. I'm gonna do that. Serialize field, private distance or private float distance. Here, instead of putting it there, I'll calculate it first. Distance equal this. And let's debug this instead of that whole line. Distance distance is more than interpolation distance. Also, cheese is on top, then 940 naked, then 900. Well, Mijo, you have been gambling well today because you were on 800 and something. Now you're 900. So it's very good. And Ayuch Charma is a subscriber to your channel, sir. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to have you here. So thanks for the sub, Ayuch. I hope you enjoy the stream. Okay, so here I want to debug the vector, or well, it's just the distance here. Distance. Mm, let's Let's play. Make this onto the thousands now. Currency. Okay, distance 0, 0, 0. Let me check those values. Let me check those. So here 1, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. Here 19, for example. Let's do flying enemy. And I used to say, yep, enjoying the stream and learned a new way to debug things that yeah, that money sign, that currency sign thing. I didn't knew that before. Thanks. You're very, very welcome. Yeah, it's really helpful. Pretty helpful. So you don't have to do like a plus to separate variables and stuff. And I learned that from, I don't know if it was Nick or Mihol that told me, someone from the community, how to use it, because I knew it, but I forgot it, how to that I could do that. So yeah, very helpful. Now that I have that distance, let's tweak the interpolation distance, and let's see if this ever gets called. I'm gonna do debug.log, and I know the distance already. I don't really need this distance debug anymore. Debug.log, and I want to debug. Nick say probably not me. I don't remember. Then it was Miho, because I remember one of you probably told me about that. I know, I just know it was someone from the community, but I thought it was Miho. Okay, so here, what do I want to get from this? I want to get just like basically calling um I'm gonna call it like first movement type, just to get something. And also, yeah, that's all I want to get really. Let's save this. And I'm going to tweak that variable, the interpolation distance. Okay, so now it's using first movement type, but I like to get a time. Yeah. I'd like to get the time just so I get multiple messages and I can see like at runtime where uh what frames this is being called, or how many frames in a row. The first movement type, and now together. So I think I have those things inverted maybe. Because let's see, if I go flying enemy, yeah, distance is very, very low. Now if I do interpolation distance of 1, I had set it to 0.1 before. I'm gonna tweak the speed to be, let's just do 1 of speed. Okay, maybe that's why it was, maybe that's why it was doing this. So normal speed, I had a very big speed, that may be the reason why. And I'll also tweak, let me put the interpolation distance. Let's put it to 1. Let's do the interpolation speed to 0.5. Current speed is going to be 2. And what else? The checking for the air spot is going to be lower than this, so I'm going to half it. And are you say is the issue is that flying rock is going closer to the player? No, I'm just tweaking. This is gonna be a flying enemy. Um, and what I'm trying to do here is that it doesn't automatically snap to the place it should be. So I want some movement that is like progressive instead of yeah, progressive like this instead of just snapping automatically. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to do here. See, that's a little bit better. Now it's trying to like snap to position. But I think let me try with the normal update. Because fixed update sometimes messes with these types of stuff. And I'd like to see if I go to the player. Here you can see that there is this invisible ring here, and the the flying enemy is snapping to one of those. So I want to when I move, when I move, I would like the I would like to follow it. Like it should follow it, but it gets a little while to snap the position. Now, if I change the flying enemy, maybe the interpolation speed is higher, let's say 2. Oh, this is a problem anyway. At least it's following it. If I get very far, it's gonna grab the shortest path to it. So I know that the shortest path calculation is working. So it's grabbing one of those points, the closest point to its current position, snapping there, only if that's available. I'll have to tweak this. I'll have to tweak this a lot. But I think for today, we have done some progress. So I think I'll leave it here. I'll leave it here today, and I'll go with lunch. So thanks for tuning in. Thanks for joining. Really, really appreciate your company and your comments. So see you tomorrow. Yeah, because today is Wednesday. So see you tomorrow, and take care. Bye bye. Say instead of this, try using vector3.lerp and then you update the position of the enemy using transform.position. Um, let me copy your message here, and I'm gonna save it for tomorrow. So Art to say, all right, brother. Okay, bye, bye, Roman, bye, sir, bye, guys. It was fun hanging out with you, and take care. Bye bye. Mijo, I did read your what you sent on the gaming channel on Discord. So it's on there. It's on there in Notion already. Thanks. Bye bye.